Mm-hmm. How's the gases in here? Still dirty?
What do you mean? Gas is still the pipe has no liquids in it, which is what
It's,
I keep checking
oh,
for.
oh. Thought you were checking the room,
Uh,
which still has nitrogen and carbon
well,
dioxide.
yeah, which will eventually get filtered out because we do have it
It'll
filtering
definitely
it
take
out. It's just
a
this room.
while.
Yeah, this room is so big, and the system, like as stated, we need to do an atmospheric audit, and one of the I can already tell you one of the findings. We need to improve the filtration system, as this filtration system was designed to occupy basically where this step of the base wall is. There
Yeah,
was a wall, and that system was designed to slowly filter this size space.
yeah.
We have since massively increased the volume of the base without increasing the filtration. And honestly, we also haven't touched the cooling system. I'm honestly surprised the cooling system's kept up.
Actually, no, we did. Or, we didn't, but Magic
That's right,
has.
magic
Yeah.
with this guy. Yeah.
Which we are placing a lot of trust in
Well,
Magic's.
again, we had an issue with the power. We're going to go over the results of the power audit this stream. We might want to look into having a uh, environmental audit to assess things as well, because
Mm-hmm.
like the stream before last, we were sitting there going, oh yeah, these wires are in a bad shape, we really should address this before we have a catastrophic failure, and we just didn't address it,
Yep.
and then we had the catastrophic failure.
Which who would have guessed that?
Let's take the suit back off, and we will go over the audit items. So pull up the notepad with the audit.
It is very professional. You should probably
So,
even like have it pulled up on stream.
uh, like as much as I want to do that, I haven't formatted it to be read properly. So,
Mm.
I mean, oh, yeah, it's not formatted properly to be shown. Otherwise, I would. We might post it in the Discord and actually make it a document available on Discord,
Mm.
because it's uh, power audit. Results fell. Point of failure: too much power draw on low voltage cables. That is what triggered the audit. That is what caused the catastrophic failures. And it's finding one: all cables are the same color, making it hard to tell the difference in voltage rating. Suggested creative action is designate color for per voltage cable to make it easier to see with the sensor lenses. My personal thought is we use red cable for the 5 kilowatts, yellow for the 100 kilowatts, and green for the 500, with blue being designated for the data 0 watt lines. The red, yellow, green pick was
Wait, yellow
basically
for heavy, you said?
100. Yeah, yellow for heavy. The the thought process and the color scheme is,
And then green
five
for.
five 5 kilowatts. You do need to pay attention. Like, you can't. Those are going to be the ones that are most likely to blow. 100, you really have to have a decent system to blow 100 kilowatts. So you still need to pay attention, but as if you do good design, you're not too worried. And green, if you blow a green cable, you have bigger problems. And that was the thought process in the color scheme. Uh, I don't know if that works for you, but that was just my off the top of my head suggestion. We have additional findings. Critical systems did not have adequate power storage in case of a failure in the power distribution system. Details: when the main power line had a critical system failure, critical systems such as main production printers, grow room, main base airlock all suffered power losses. Power systems did, in fact, have a battery backup. However, those battery backups in the APCs proved insufficient to manage the crisis, resulting in us having to have hot swaps of our batteries for mission critical tools, the welder and sensor lenses, in order to get power enough to do any systems. Okay, so the next finding was during repair, cables were singularly ran through frames, meaning the frames had to be removed or at least deconstructed to repair result, and the repairs resulted in atmospheric breach and loss of breathable air in a non-critical area, your beat miner room. That was a non-critical area. It was not attached to the main living area, but it did have breathable gas that we were slowly building up. This highlights that there's a problem that could have been bad. So we should accept the fact that, hey, we had a near catastrophic event, but it wasn't catastrophic, but we still need to learn from it. That's why we do audits is, hey, yeah, it didn't go horribly, horribly wrong, but that mistake could have. How do we prevent that mistake from happening in a bad situation? And this actually causes 2 audit findings from the same thing, and we will get back to the second one. The first one is the cable management. So the suggested corrective action for the cable management is only long cables can go through frames. This way you can interact with them without having to disassemble the frame to get through them. Where frames, in this particular case, it is believed the cables were placed before the frame existed. Which means someone put the frame over the cables. And the suggested corrective action includes it is the responsibility of the frame placer to ensure that any existing cables meet the standards of cables through a frame. And then the second item from that finding is frames and atmosphere. Suggested corrective action is all atmospheric holding frames should be built in full with a plastic sheet to prevent accidental reconstruction with a wrench into a non-sealed state. The nice part is, for that audit finding, a lot of our interior base, well, the old part of the interior base, kind of started to fit that. We did have some of these built in full, and if we're messing with things like a chute or a pipe, we're not going to accidentally deconstruct them. We may take the plastic sheet off, but it won't immediately go not airtight anymore, which is why it's part of the audit suggestion. The second part is a recommendation to pick a specific color to denote that that frame is a atmospheric holding frame. So that way, when if I'm on the other side of these, should make the frame, and I am open to suggestions on that one. There is part of me that even wants to select a color to denote what atmosphere is behind it, but I'm not sure if that is going too far. All right. Additional suggestions. Now, these additional suggestions are for best management practices. These do not need to be done to prevent the event from happening again, but in the audit, we notice things, and these are some best management practices. Suggested that we make subsystems to be established for the base. Currently, all power generation goes to a central power bank and then is distributed along the main line, which then goes to the devices. It is a recommendation to make subsystems, so that way, if there is a power failure, there is additional subsystems that can continue to function and provide power. It also helps us note which grids are pulling more power than others. So, like, a good example of a subgrid that would be beneficial would be before the main line goes to the rocket area to build a substation with batteries and transformers. So that way we have a power storage and distribution center that's not direct from the main line, So if anything critically does happen, that subsystem can support it and get it working. And it even kind of supports the, critical systems didn't have battery backup. It's kind of an extension of that. It'd be good to have a distribution system where one system doesn't cause everything to fail.
What about having a code that shuts off non priority
systems?
Yeah.
Well, and that
like power transfer to it kind of thing.
That could be another reason to have subsystems, is you can have certain subsystems noted with, priority, where, hey, we're having a system, and we'll get to another finding that I need to add to the audit, but we'll get to that. Having subsystems, like the rocket is not a critical mission system. Unless it's in the middle of a processing gases and it needs to be functional to keep those gases from exploding, most of the time the rocket systems are a non-critical system, and we can shut off that entire subgrid in the event of an emergency. Which actually would have really been beneficial as we are tracking down things, because since the cause of the initial thing was when our main power line exceeded 100 kilowatts, shutting down a subsystem would have dropped it below the 100 kilowatts. We could have repaired the system, got powers up, and then managed the cable system, find all the inappropriate cables, and removed it with systems up and running. But yes, having a code to this goes back to our discussions about having a control room. Having a code that manages systems and shuts them off as needed or not needed would be a thing. And we get into an additional thought is to add transformers between the battery and the outgoing line. And this way we can never have an overload. We can have brownouts, but not an overload, because we tell the cable how much power goes to it, and it can never exceed that amount. This would be putting battery sets on a subsystem where each battery feeds one or even two transformers, and that way no line can ever reach that 500 kilowatt rate. No matter what we do, because the transformers prevent it. And on your note about control code, it's also recommended that we have a network analyzer with code that reads the power usage and does flashing lights and alerts to let us know if the power usage ever does hit 90% of maximum power draw. Because that should give us plenty of time to address the situation.
And maximum power draw being the larger or the super heavy cable, right?
Or whatever that network is. Like if we make one of the subsystems 100 kilowatts, we can have that system with its own check. It checks to see if it's at 90 kilowatts.
Okay.
It is also the recommendation of this audit, after the resolution of the audit, to have an environmental system audit to be scheduled. And I wished I would have wrote down the other thought, because now that other thought that you said something and the other thought left my mind.
I guess it wasn't important.
Nope. Yeah, that is the findings of the power audit. If this was a real audit, so a real audit, they don't offer you the suggested corrective actions. That is actually the audit response, where you go to the auditor and go, all right, you pointed out all these problems. Here is what we feel will answer those problems. and then the auditor looks at it and determines whether those are good or not good suggestions.
Mm.
And then typically in the next audit, you immediately pull up all those suggested corrective actions and you check to see whether they were implemented.
Okay.
So I kind of cheated in that I did the audit and then I also did the follow-up of doing the suggested corrective actions. But, you know, I was waiting at work for my boss to show up, and I'm like, you know what? I might as well do the suggestions as well. Okay, the rocket is getting close to full. So it's time for me to make my way back over there. This is why I have been dabbling in rocket code. I do not have any functional rocket code, nor have I set up any rocket code infrastructure on this playthrough, so I still have to manually control the umbilical cords, which is on my list to set up that type of infrastructure. Part of it is waiting for me to help Creative get modular consoles working on this.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should sit down and do so. Mm-hmm. 90%. Now I'm going to actually have to pull out a calculator for this next step. Because okay, according to my math, that should still be filling. Doesn't look like it's filling, but it's probably just doing it very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see this pipe better? That's still a lot. So, you know, I have a display up at the tower that gives a much better resolution. So what color do you think we should paint the atmosphere-bearing frames? Okay, it is still.
No idea, because it's pretty much color the entire base kind of thing.
Yes. And again, that was a suggestion. We could simply leave it at you build it to a full frame.
Yeah.
So much fuel. Let's see here. Taking laptops in. The auxiliary bag? Yes. Laptop is in the. Oh joy, storm. And since we broke the seal, the tower is not considered a sealed area.
Mm. What's stopping you from sealing it?
That's where I'm heading right now, is to finish sealing it. What stopped me before was I ran out of dirt.
Hmm.
Actually, that's a frame. Alright, let's see if that resealed it. It did not. Oh, I also know why it didn't. There's also a second bit that needs to be sealed up.
What, down below?
Mm-hmm. Which also means I need to continue to run the, como se dice in English? The radiators out of the area.
Hmm.
Because that's why I opened the seal down below, was because I needed the radiators to radiate. And it's just visually not updating. Yeah, it's just visually not updating. Because I am not the host.
Nope. Hmm. We'll have to switch out an iron frame for a steel one.
Okay. We did learn how to read the reagents from rockets. Fine. Go maybe on it.
Oh, there's more iron frames.
But basically, what you would do is you'd go, and here's the trick of, oh, that's right, I remember. It's load batch avionics. Reference ID. R0. Keep it readable. I am trying to get into better habits of having my code always readable. And then we can go LR from the get there.
Hmm.
Reagent mode, we want 0 for the content, and then what we do is R1. You can go define copper copper. Now the funny part is you go like this. It used to have copper, but it like, you used to not have to do this with copper, I believe, but now they changed it, and you can tell they changed it because there's a line through copper. So you do lowercase so we don't get confused. And we go. And here's the trick that it gets a little complicated. So if I'm at a node that has copper, it will return the percentage that the ore is copper. If it has iron, it won't return anything. You'll have to do this line for iron. So the trick would be you just check for each reagent, and if it gives you a number, you know it contains that reagent.
Okay.
And that is how you address searching nodes for ores. The bit I'm not 100% on how to do by pure logic on IC is how to know what the address of each node is. There's some, hey, how do I say this? Like how I do the combustion centrifuge, I don't use logic from IC to tell the combustion centrifuge certain things. The code relies on me understanding the conditions and then telling IC what to do from me understanding those conditions. Doing the address, I can go, hey, if I'm at this location, which is 10-16, I can go take the number 20, times it by 10,000, and then add 116, which would then give you 20-01-16. But that would be wrong because I also forgot I have to include this node, which is 2. So see, this is part of the problem of I'm not 100% sure. I know some guesses, but it's like this one is 0, this one is 1, this one is 2, 1, 16. And then with knowing this, one of its starters is going to be 20, and then 21. And when I know that, I can sit there and go, okay, if I'm here, the 20 times it by 1,000,000, and then add the current location of being here to that number, and then it gives me that location. But I don't. Well, let's see here. What is the current location? Because here's the other fun thing: if you are messing with rocket coding, you can click here on the rocket avionics, and it gives you all the logic values. This is all the logic values you can pull from the thing. Come up to here at current node type is 4. That's not what we're interested in. We want the current code, 0 or 416. Come over to here, 4016. So we can take the 4016 and I'm going to go. So orbit should be 116, 016. Okay. So we can look at, if you just have the rocket on a landing pad, you can know that the last 2 digits are going to be your orbit. And then from there, it's okay. In this location, there's just the one chart. So, boom, 1, 16. So from there, we know the logic to go from the landing pad to orbit to that location. From here, there's that location, which then gets a 1. This location would then be a 1. And then we have a bifurcation. I'm guessing this is a 1, and this is a 2. So that is how you can distinguish charted locations. If you know the charted locations, boom. And then when we get to, well, how do you get to these? Well, it's going to be 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and then when you get to when you know that it's a 2, 3, when it's not, when you know that it's not one of these destinations, but one of these destinations, you can go, okay, we know that this is a place that has the daughter sites. Let's look at the sequence. How many digits are in the sequence? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although the trick is when you look at the code, it's going to tell you actually a 5 because it doesn't include the leading 0. Where's the target destination? Oh, because I still had the select destination. So it gives you 2116. 2116. But we actually need 0, 2116. So the trick is you'll have to remember to look at it and see, is it a 5 or a 6? If it's a 5, you need to add a leading 0. Or just understand, hey, I have this many sequence. If it's between 5 and 6, you need to make it times a million. If it's between 7 and 8, you need to do 100 million, and etc. And then once you know you're here, it's going to be 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And when you delete the node, it will replace it with the first number that's available. And that is how you can walk through getting you chart, you chart, you chart, or you chart and you chart, and it's, hey, I charted 4 locations. Okay, you charted 4 locations. When you travel to the next location, does it give you the option to find, no or not, but it will tell you whether there's chartable points or discoverable locations. When you have discoverable locations, you know that it's going to be one of these. If it doesn't have discoverable sites, it's one of these. How's the rocket fuel coming along? I've blabbered on enough. Okay, it is full. Even though it's not 100% full, I'm doing that 10% safety margin. Okay. Draw that. All right. Let's shut that pipe off, and first time using this system, pay attention. Not run it at full speed because it's the first time with us using this system. And everything seems to be working nicely. How's the temperature? I could tell the temperature. Nicely, you're done processing. Okay. All umbilicals are detached. Let's close all the doors. I don't think it matters, but I like to close the doors.
Back. Mm.
All right. Time. No, I have to leave that open because that is still venting. In fact, how is the temperature?
Mm.
Going down. That's a good sign.
So. Mm. Where's our goal?
So we are going to go out to this charted limit.
And
okay.
one is +1, I think, right?
So I have 1,400 seconds of fuel.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait till it gets in orbit because that number usually changes once you get into orbit. Because it's currently telling me I would not have enough fuel to return.
Address 1, value of 1. Confirm.
Of course, as I move, the weight's going to drop because I'm going to be burning up fuel and yeah. Because it is taking a bit longer to get to orbit than it normally does because the weight of the fuel is a lot more than we are normally launching. I think this is the heaviest this rocket's been launched at. I'm already seeing the weight has ticked down just ever so slightly.
Okay, let's see. Iron is next. Iron.
But it's still taking like 400, like 4 minutes to get to orbit.
Mm.
Yeah, 4 minutes to get to orbit. Which, again, unless that ETA number changes significantly, which it should,
Iron.
we do not have enough fuel to get there and back again. Because I have roughly 20 minutes of fuel, and it's gonna take like it takes like 15 to get there. And we're still only 3/4 of the way to orbit.
Nickel. And gold and silver, okay.
You know, with that being said, I think my 6 meganewton engine design actually has a place because I'm wasting like 1/5 of our fuel just to get to orbit.
Damn.
I have gone through about 200 liters of fuel, and I'm not even on orbit yet. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a very, very heavy rocket in comparison to its engine. Currently, I'm only getting 1.53 thrust to weight, which is definitely having an effect. Okay. Oh, thank God. The ETA went from like 15 minutes to get to the far reaches of space to now it's just about 4.5 minutes. So yes, I have enough fuel to get there and back again.
Okay.
That had me a little.
Cool. Wait a minute. Hmm. Coal should not be in there.
Hmm.
I guess it should be not then. So, 2. Alright.
I forgot to enable shared chat. Now
Going.
engaged.
Oh. Oh, we were still together already? Or.
Yeah, it automatically linked us because we never disabled it at the end of last stream.
Okay.
I mean, I was looking at it just now, going, "Oh crap! I forgot to turn it on. I forgot to knock." And then I'm like, "Wait, I can't even knock. Why can't I?" Oh, because it already said that we were streaming together. But I don't see shared chat. Oh, because I need to tell it to shared chat. Alrighty. Here I am pulling a creative and so focused on what I'm
Nickel.
doing that my character is dying of dehydration.
You have a whole bar of health to use up.
You need to take better care of yourself, man.
Iron.
Food on the floor.
Okay.
Oh wow, it's almost there. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have plenty of fuel.
Yes, baby. Yes. Yes.
So one of the things I was looking at when I was trying to code is there's a setting on the rocket, and I'm like, wait, the setting is at like 75. Why the heck is the setting at 75? And it's, oh, I'm burning hydrazine, so it doesn't matter. I only have one fuel, and most of the time that I rig up the rockets, I again pre-mix the fuel. The setting is for when you don't pre-mix the fuel. When you have your oxidizer going into one pipe and your fuel going into the other pipe, this is how you set the ratio. Because somewhere right here is the ratio, which is the actual fuel ratio that's being burned, but it's just this number divided by 100. All right, so we are at our location. Let's turn on our scanners, and now we have both scanners with the scanning head, so it's actually going to work as intended. With 2 scanners working twice as fast. So instead of getting 30 scan points every 20 seconds, we get 60 scan points every 20 seconds. Which is good because our charting progress, the chart wants 1500. And I want to do some quick math here. 15 divided by 60 times 20 divided by 60. 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Quick myths.
All right.
What?
All right. So that's doing its thing. All right.
Hmm. I thought you said if the KPA in the furnace room was below a certain amount, it won't destroy the
Shoots.
yeah.
From empirical evidence, that is what people have observed. What pressure do you have it at?
Like 200.
Oh no, it needs to be like 50. It's way too high.
50.
Yeah. Because in fact, it's one of the things I didn't actually understand that. Like I did in practice, but I didn't understand it knowledgeably until I tried to do this solar powered furnace, and I'm like, oh, let me just ramp up the pressure since I have I usually keep it at a slow pressure because I don't want the thing bursting. And then everything caught fire, and I talked with Ursius, and it's like, no, dude, you got to keep it low because if you keep it low, things don't catch fire. And I had just been running the magic number the whole time because normally I just pressurized it just enough to prevent it from radiating the heat, and that was 50 kVA.
So, like, if I set back pressure regulator at 55 kPa, it still won't ignite.
Percent sure on 55. Like I said, I know 50.
Hmm.
And nope. Let's go get some more heavy duty cable. And we need to figure out what to do with the massive horde of heavy cable. And that's as good as plan as any.
Hmm. I don't even know if this is decreasing.
Okay. Well, you colored the super heavy. Oh, I mean, you colored the heavy, but we should probably paint the super heavy as well. It's a pity magic wasn't on.
Why?
Part of me wonders how he would handle the audit.
You'd probably say, well, that's your stuff, not mine.
Oh, you had. Oh, I see what happened.
What?
You had colored the super heavy, but the printer replaced them.
It did?
Yeah, there's 2 spools of super heavy that weren't painted, and it dawned on me. Oh, the reason those weren't painted is because auto printer came in and said, "Hey, I'm gonna make more cables," and doesn't.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Is if there's, and I don't think there is a way to have the printer set to print it in a color.
No.
The thought is why it will be very painful to replace all the super heavy cable with green super heavy cable. We will definitely know what is super heavy cable and not super heavy cable.
Well,
Which is sort of the point. Okay. Alright, so it's totally charted. Hydrogenated gas. So we have pollutant and hydrochloric acid. I mean, pollutant does at least have some use as a cooling gas, but I would rather not. So that node's kind of. Eh. Uh, Here's an interesting blend: dangerous methane ice. It has got 22 moles of methane and 2 moles of ozone. Uh, then we have water ice that has 22 moles of water and 2 moles of polluted water. We know how to handle that one. Uh, here's a very potent blend. We have hydrogen ice that has 22 moles of hydrogen and 2 moles of ozone. That's a dangerous blend. And then we have an ozone ice that has 22 moles of ozone. Oh, and the last node is a lost moon fragment that has a large lead fragment, a large nickel fragment, a large cobalt fragment, a large silver fragment, and a dense selenide ice. Bingo, there's our selenol. It's 22 moles of selenol and 2 moles of hydrochloric acid.
Okay.
I say we just throw away the hydrochloric acid. Yeah, so we have found all the things. Although the funny part on the large cobalt fragment, it's all about the density. It still only contains 0.1 grams of cobalt per ore. I still find it funny how rare cobalt is, given it doesn't actually have that much use. Okay. Let's set the destination and let's start collecting helium. And that will leave me just over 800. Yeah, that should be more than enough. Ooh, that's it. Yeah, we have plenty of power. Like, to be quite honest, once you have access to selenol, it's like that is the gas you basically can use to get to like negative 115. Beyond 100, like, honestly, I would probably use it to get to, negative 115 gives you a little bit of a buffer, because about 120-ish, it just crashes.
Okay.
And what was it? Nitrogen. Then just use nitrogen after that. Though you keep talking about oxygen. Yeah, no, nitrogen, because this one's the oxygen, or no, that's the nitrogen. This is the oxygen. It actually has a sharper, like at this point, it does it well, but nitrogen has a broader and wider. Yeah, just selenol and nitrogen will get you everywhere you need to go. With phase change, if you're going for temperature venting is a whole nother issue, because like our charts don't even really work. The way the chart is set up doesn't really even work for sodium chloride, which if you have it at a pressure of 500 kilopascals, you can take salt all the way up to 200 or 2500 degrees Celsius before it starts to decompose. Which, if you're struggling to vent when your radiator is at 120 or 2500, you have more. You're in bigger problems.
Yeah.
Because the hotter your radiator is, the more it will vent heat. I mean, unless, like hell, even if you're on Vulcan during a solar storm, the temperature doesn't even get that hot, so you'd still be shitting heat like crazy. All right. We'll let that scan. It'll take a while. Yeah, both scans will. Wait, were they both working? Let me double check. Yes, both scanners were working. Time to go check on our gas system. Oh, I remember what the other critical item was. With our power, we need to do a better job at denoting what are vital critical systems to always have power. And one of the systems we need to remember needs to be managed basically all the time is our NOS temperature. Because NOS, if you're not managing its temperature, can have a thermal runaway pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because condensing NOS gets hot really, really quick. And evaporating NOS gets cold really, really quick. All right. So let's continue. Oh, but yes. I am not in violation of my own audit finding. It's a super heavy 5. Oh, it won't let me just do a straight replace. Let's see here. Try it again just to see if maybe it was.
Health low.
Alright, important note. When it comes to cables, you know how you can just replace an existing cable to change its color without actually using up cabling? Does not work for super long cables.
Okay.
Because I just tried to do it on a 5 long cable and it wasn't letting me.
Damn.
Alright. Might actually be in violation of the audit finding. Yep. Technically in violation, so I will have to fix this.
Oh, how are you in violation?
Why I did in fact use a long cable through a frame, I did not adequately use a long cable through a frame, and I do still in fact have a singular cable through the frame. It was one of those where I was trying to manage it and it ended up being, oh, one more cable, it's not going to hurt. Okay, that fixes it. I'll just put the singular cable on the outside of the frame. And now I'm back in compliance. Although I do have to come and fill these in, but these are not atmospheric bearing frames.
So why are you going for helium? Or did you say hydrogen?
I said helium. Helium is great as a pressurant and as a working gas for ACs.
Okay.
And at the moment, I think we'd make better use out of helium than we would Tylenol.
Yeah.
Because in fact, I think I even made a statement of I probably should put helium in my hydrazine processing area. Is this? I believe that is a redundant cable that never got pulled out. Yeah, that's a redundant cable that never got pulled. Oh yeah, you did hear from Magic recently. I haven't. My brain goes. I haven't heard from Magic recently. Yes, you have. You just were very tired and dealing with stuff, and it was just like, yeah, no, I'm quite busy, tired. That's a tenor. I should remove this destroyed cooling tower. The monument to my shame.
What you mean?
When I had the first hydrogen tank explode, this tower that I'm hovering over was the cooling tower for the hydrazine, and it got destroyed in the explosion, and I never fully dismantled it. I just left it as a monument to my shame.
I see. Mm.
What's this tower by your NOS system?
What you mean? Are you looking at it?
Elevator.
Oh yeah, yeah. Elevator.
That has no power.
Yeah. It'll be go for like just going down floor.
All right. You do have heavy cable on a network that has super heavy cable, but it's on the other side of an APC. But I'm just letting you know, it looks like it was part of.
The gas storage,
Yeah.
the old one. Yeah.
I'm like, actually, I have no idea what it was part of. It's just attached to a powered vent that is hooked up to nothing.
Oh yeah. I was decommissioning the nitrous, so that
Okay.
was how the gas was coming in. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's a tenor.
Okay. I think that makes it so that all the frames on the ceiling are fully built now. Besides the 2 iron frames. Hmm.
All right. What do you want to do about your player potato cannon?
It could be trashed.
Oh. Well, this will be a good example of us coming in and fixing it after the fact. Uh, we have cables built in frames that are atmospheric loaded that need to come into compliance.
Mm.
In fact, the irony is it's the two frames that called out the action item.
Um. Hmm. I thought you said 50 kPa stopped it from radiating.
That's what I think. Already
I have it set to 50 and it's radiating.
waiting for your stream to catch up.
I'm guessing you need me to look at it again.
I wonder if it's only applicable for the advance.
In the room,
Yeah,
50
it's
kPa.
great. I wonder if it only applies to the advanced furnace then. I'll be honest, I have not done any of the data analysis on the standard furnace because I usually just make enough in the furnace to get rid of the furnace.
$55 is still radiating. Come on. At 100, it's still radiating.
Alright, that's all heavy cable beyond that point. Heavy cable should be more than adequate to operate this facility. You're still going strong. Oh my goodness, is it? Oh.
Okay. So like 150, I guess. No.
Interesting. Like I said, I've rarely used the furnace as much as possible, so maybe that's why it's got a different fit. I usually use the advanced furnace, and everybody I watch uses the advanced furnace.
And shoots not on fire. Okay.
So we're at 13 kilomoles of methane, 4 kilomoles of hydrogen, 8 kilomoles of nitrogen, 26 moles of pollutant. You big spender, you. No selenol yet. About 5 kilomoles of carbon dioxide. No hydrochloric acid yet. That will eventually change. No helium in the system yet. No ozone in the system yet. 6.66 kilomoles of oxygen. And a whole lot of NOS. Which I can't check the complete value from down here because NOS is mainly stored in a liquid form. We're at over 1,000 kiloliters. 46 kilomoles of liquid, 24 kilomoles of gas in the liquid tank alone.
Okay.
So around 100 kilomoles of NOS. We are still processing NOSness.
It hasn't gone to methane yet?
The trick was because of how we did it, some of the methane and some of the NOS got mixed in the silo.
Right.
Clearly, we've had some because we currently have 13.7 kilomoles of methane in the system. We have 216 ice left waiting to be processed. And speaking of that, back to the rocket tower. Should be done scanning by now. I got a little bit distracted, but a lot of, like, most of the exterior cables got switched over to green. All right. Location is indeed completely charted. Surveyed. Cargo. Miner. Get mining. Okay. How much does the main battery? Ooh.
Well,
I may have to add another medium battery to this guy. I mean, but then again, I did do a lot of running around and a lot of scanning. And that was sitting there with everything on for God knows how long. The main battery's down to 26% charge.
Okay.
I mean, I still have the auxiliary battery, but I tend to do the, when you're on the auxiliary, just head home. Ooh, did I leave the printer running? Please tell me I did not leave the printer running. No, I didn't leave the printer running because I already put the stuff up that I was printing. Gotcha.
Where's my elevators? There. Does the modular consoles have to be placed on top of a frame?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Not just wall, flat wall. Okay.
Time to feed, or time to water the pet lizard. Only 22% that time. Since I'm here, I can feed pet lizard. Didn't eat much. And has not soiled himself. Okay. Greatest place to put it, but it will work with the power systems.
So what's gonna be for data cable now, since you're using green?
Blue.
Blue? Okay. Gonna need a lot more flat walls. You know, like your remote battery charger.
Yep.
Which battery is it charging?
Right now, I just printed one for my headlamp.
But
And
your
now I'm going to be printing
charges
one.
in there.
Is that?
The headlamp charges in the suit storage.
It does. But this way I don't have to worry about charging it while I'm wearing it. Grinder. Oh, keep the that guy a nuclear battery. All right. That's taken care of. That's taken care of. Well, yeah, I actually use that more than I like to admit. So you get a battery, and you need to get one of those batteries as well. Okay. So now I don't have to worry about my tools. Like, I still have to worry about the welder, but when I use the welder, I can see the battery, which really helps on that one. And my drill also doesn't, like, if I, well, yeah, 60%. Drill is one I do not want a wireless battery for it either, because you use that a lot away from the base. But all the other tools you basically use at the base, so it's just easier to have them wireless, and then you don't have to worry about charging them.
Okay.
Because, like, one of the tricks is, yes, I do understand that the headlamp charges in the thing. You know how often I forget to put it actually in the helmet slot for it to get charged? I'm too happy with the G key, and I end up putting it in my tool belt instead of in the.
I just click and drag.
I try to do that, but again, occasionally I will do something different, and that's what it's like. Okay, I'm just going to put it as a wire.
Okay.
Every time I'm near the base, it's charged. Alright. And again, it also makes me where I do my tablet, my drill, my grinder. How's the rocket do? Storage. 66% on the bottom one, and I don't think I'm going to get a full load with the battery. Okay. Which also means I'll just do it a different time. Actually,
You want Windows or no?
my next trip up, I'm not actually going to be using the scanners. So I can just send it up and use the scanner for this project. 11% left on the battery. And we have only collected 8,000 space ice. That's still probably going to be enough ice that I could drop it off, send the thing back into space, and come back with a full load before the system has even finished processing what it's got.
Mm-hmm.
If I had more gumption, I'd just make the blender room, but I do not have the gumption for it tonight. Interesting. Oh, it just shows me, it doesn't show you.
What?
If I push tab, it doesn't show your player, playtime, days alive.
Iron and okay.
All right.
Steel. Steel. Iron. Three. 5. 6. 7.
That was a interesting server lag.
Floor grading only stacks to 10? Okay.
Oh,
What?
Unity just crashed.
Unity?
Rocket Station Unity. I just got an error.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say that Unity the game crashed or something. Wait, it did. Wait.
Yeah. My game crashed. I had a Unity error. I was just trying to place one of the super long, or actually not even the super long, the super heavy cables. And next thing I know, I got an error message.
Think I'd have to reload as well?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Hmm.
Control conflict. Please.
Did the crash install or re-enable all your mods or something?
Oh. Yeah, that's one of the things it did was because it's running a mod that I strictly told it not to.
Hmm.
Reload it again.
Hmm. Stationeers is buffering.
I'm just loading back in. I haven't done anything else.
Oh, okay. It's finished buffering.
Yeah, you might have to reload.
Okay. Save game. Save and exit. Cloud is up to date. Mm. And I'm loaded in. Place it there.
Okay.
Place this one here. Place this one here. Oh.
300 days have passed, 300 days without dying.
Mm.
I'm trying to remember what took magic down last time. Didn't he have an explosion in his base?
That does sound like him.
Because that's why we had to rig the cryopod for human air once he had
Yeah.
an event. Okay, I do not feel like ripping apart the elevator to replace the super heavy cable with green, since it is all long super heavy cable all the way down and I can't just overlay it.
Could you paint it?
No, that's the issue. Is I literally would have to rip apart the elevator.
Damn.
Right, maybe I can paint it. Well, it's a combination of I'd have to basically rip apart the elevator and rip apart the elevator shaft to get to everything.
What is it? This thing in the corner right here?
Yeah, but that goes all the way down.
Why are you underneath?
I'm not. I'm actually standing right next to you.
I guess a desync?
Yep. Battery finally. Yep, the battery finally died. Okay. So, actually go to just say, come on home. Ding, 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 ding. Shut that down. We're not worried about it freezing. Come on home. Wait. Why are you not functioning? Oh, that's why, because it didn't actually click the set destination. Okay. Okay, so coming home, it's estimating 300 seconds-ish. We have close to 800 fuel. Should be good, but it's also not liking the descent math.
Well, as long as you mine the soil at the corner of the elevator, you can actually spray paint all the super heavy cables. 10
Oh, okay.
long. Yeah. Just clip your head through the elevator.
Gotcha. You're using the clipping exploit, but you
Yeah.
have to mine to do it. Okay. Hey, and the sad part is, I was just gonna say I'm just gonna use it as incentive to make the utility staircase, which I probably should still do.
Oh, what the? You had a random single street pipe or cable.
Probably to make the math work.
Okay, it's all the way brought down.
Alright, cool. Ooh, I did get a full. We got 123 helium ice. Oh, stacks of helium ice. So even though power ran out and I had to abort mid mine, we still got a decent chunk. Oh, we're in orbit, and we're now we're about. Oh no, we're not. We're at Demons. I was reading it wrong. Next location. Okay. Altitude is orbit, which isn't actually valid. We're not at the orbit altitude. I mean, you could say space.
Wait.
Orbit? Wrong. Okay.
Yes, brought in. mm.
Hydration critical.
I do not like how the apex is getting closer to the ground, and I'm getting closer to the ground while that speed is still too impressive.
Nothing like being impressive about stuff.
Well, I'm not. I should take heart that it's not at 100% throttle.
mm.
Like if it was redlining the throttle, then I'd be worried.
Okay.
I'm still very nervous because it's at 6,000 meters and it's still over 100 and something meters per second. Okay, I'm feeling much more comfortable as numbers are getting.
Hmm.
And we had like 300 liters left. So we actually only used about 1,000 liters.
Hmm. Hmm.
Landed.
Hmm. Need a passive vent. Actually, hmm. No, it does. It does. Okay. Um,
Interesting. The one note is with that digital chute, it has to have power to let something go through it.
yeah.
just a note. It's I have to let the system empty, then plug in the power umbilical because the power umbilical will just take everything.
Mm. I simply slapped a active vent to fill up our uh, room living space,
Okay.
and it's actually used about half of the methane that was in storage in order to increase the pressure by like 20 kPa.
Okay. I mean, we're processing more, so it's getting more methane added.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks like it's processing methane. I think we finally got all the NOS through the ice, but it's still got NOS in the pipe to be processed.
Mm.
Our ice to be processed is now at 336. battery's got 10% more to go. That's got a lot more to go.
How's this coal doing? Okay. So will the data cable be heavy or just normal?
The data cable could just be a standard cable because the whole point in my concept is it should have 0 voltage running through it.
Okay.
Also, this is what you're building the control room.
Yeah. And then could just increase the height of this elevator to add more floors.
Yep. I heard that jetpack critical.
Hmm. Yes, here is technically the floor. Hmm. Right there. 1, 2. And then it. Hmm. what I could do is actually have it go down by 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah.
Jetpack low.
Jetpack low, huh? Isn't that just peachy? So how's your rocket going?
Right now, it's fueling and recharging. I moved the transformer so that way the transformer limits the battery and the other stuff has access to power.
Okay.
The main battery is about 80% charged. The auxiliaries at 97. I can shut off the cargo so they're not pulling power. We are slowly filling up.
Nice.
At first, I'm like, wait a minute, why did I have less than 300? I had 300 when I landed, because when I attached it to the network, all the liquid in the rocket flooded the fuel line, which was completely dry.
Mm.
Oh yeah, and I should turn that guy on. Make sure that the rocket circuit housing is what keeps the fuel from freezing if it gets too cold. It's got a ways to go before it gets too cold, but I'm easily distracted. Okay.
Jetpack critical.
So I think Next, I will go and try to see if I can get some Selenol for our system. Or would you prefer ozone?
Probably still at all.
Okay. What are these two? That's That's methane. Not much left. That's a lot of methane and oxygen. Oh, I know what that is. So, you remember when you needed fuel for the,
Yeah.
yeah. Did you forget we had these 3 fuel tanks in the base?
Hmm. Okay.
I mean, I honestly think it's better to run hydrogen so that way we're making water. But I'm just like, yeah, we forgot that we had the fuel tanks from when we, from the landers.
Yeah.
Alright, that auxiliary
Okay.
battery
All
is
methane
full.
is. All right. Well, now it's filling back, putting a little bit more in the tank, but it's room's at pressure, and it was a vacuum in storage, so.
Okay. Destination. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go to orbit first. Run for the hills.
Ah, great. I forgot jetpack. I should also check on how much fuel mixture the deep miner system has left. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. Stations.
Curious. I'm not sure who hooked this up. It might have been me. Someone hooked up a Mark II gas tank to our nitrogen.
Mark II gas tank to our hydrogen.
Or nitrogen.
Nitrogen? Hmm.
Did you do it?
I have no use for nitrogen at the moment.
Okay. I'm popping it off because that presents a risk. Because currently the nitrogen is being filled. The system without the tank has a pressure maximum of 60 megapascals.
So, Mage, you and me were both far off with how much the combustion centrifuge can hold.
Okay.
3,000 grams.
Oh, I wonder if they updated it since the last time we did our numbers. You know what? They probably did because we haven't looked at the combustion centrifuge since they did the combustion deep miners.
Mm. Well, I'm sure they also update, or it's probably a bit different as well because or what was our max RPMs that we had? Because we had normal
I
fuel,
don't
right?
remember.
Or on Europa, I think we had normal fuel.
We use normal fuel. I was in the process of gathering NOS when I had to go on my trip, and it never.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what happened.
A door. Is I remember it being enough for an entire stream duration. And I think I think it might have been instead like 2,000 or something before.
Again, I can't.
Yeah. It's on VOD, so we could go back and check.
Yes. In fact, I'm kind of curious. Yeah. So that we actually have doors, like you still have to use a crowbar to open and close them, but now it's just there's set doors. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think when I actually right click. Okay. Do I have that on my library? one. Nope, that's electric centrifuge. Exposed, grow.
Well, I don't think you had yours like auto empty.
Oh, that's right. I never did set it to auto empty. I emptied it at the end of every stream because we never did figure out how much it could hold.
I'm pretty sure I figured it out.
Okay. I never actually found the limit, and I just emptied it at the end of the stream. And I emptied it at the end of the stream because I just shut everything off at the end of the stream because I wasn't sure whether it'd be on the next day.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
So I never coded it, and thus, because I never finished the code, I never actually saved the code.
Rocket code. Combustion centrifuge code. Oh, nope. It's the exact same, actually. Is I have in my combustion centrifuge control code, it's like if full empty yield, it loads the amount of reagents, and branch not equals 3,000.
Oh, wait. Didn't we set it where we didn't have to know how much was in it? We did it based on whether it was throwing an error code?
No, I coded it for how much reagents it had.
Okay. Alright, so all these are operating at 619.
Like the error code is actually for the electric ones.
So now I have a question for you. You've designed the manifolds. When are you going to switch it to NOS?
We might need more of the volatile part of the fuel.
Actually, we use less hydrogen when we use NOS.
Oh.
NOS is a 1-to-1. Oxygen is a 2-to-1. Although I think you just told me which gas I need to go after next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on the star chart. Nope, that does not have it. Mm.
What's the about?
There we go. There we go. There's the hydrogen node. I'm like, where's our hydrogen in space? It's with the ozone. Okay. I'm like, we've scanned every node in space. I should at least have at least one spot I can do hydrogen. Yes, exactly one spot. I'll have to do a test to make sure that works properly. Because I'm
What?
like, okay. So I'm using a liquid pressure regulator to make sure that I don't overfill my pipes with liquid, foolproofing it so I don't have any more incidents.
Booms. Yep.
The issue is it's slow. Compared to a turbo volume pump, a pressure regulator just cannot compete.
Okay. Hey, Vardu.
Hey, Marty. But if I used multiple volume regulators, will they shut off at the same time?
I suppose it depends if it's going into like the same pipe network or
Yes.
okay.
I would literally just have a manifold where I have multiple regulators feeding into the same pipe.
I would say yeah. But there's also I don't know exactly how the game ticks.
Yep. And that's why I'm like, I'm curious.
So it
Although
might
at the
just
same
be
time,
slightly off, that's it.
yeah. And I give myself such a safety margin, I don't think it's a concern.
Yeah.
So, Vardy, you missed the audit report. Because we did the audit report at the beginning of the stream. Because last night we had a critical power problem. Pipes or cables burst everywhere, and we had problems. A lot of problems. So we talked about how this stream we pass up? No, in fact, we triggered an audit. Technically we had already failed, and the audit was to address the failure. I still chuckle that creative's like, wait, that's a legit audit. I'm like, yes. I guess I still have it pulled up. Let's see here. There it is. That's why I can't go higher. Sent it to your Discord, Verdi.
Let's see. Hmm. Okay.
Alright, I have now 4 regulating pipes pushing material through. And that is definitely filling significantly faster.
Turn this on. Hmm.
Alright, and for the chest.
Could also have it go.
In fact, that's actually not a bad concept. I can sit here and go set you for 70, you for 70, and then you for 80. I put in some safety measures where 2 of the pumps are actually set to shut off at 70%. The third one is set to shut off at 80%, and then it's just one pump to last 10%.
Okay.
So this rocket flight, I will initially go to orbit, and then I will start scanning the planet. Oh. I need to put the scanning heads back on because I have both scanning heads and I haven't scanned the so no, I won't do the planetary scan on this one. I will actually load up the scanner head since we are going for hydrogen, which is probably a critical gas that we need to get. Initially, I was going to go to an area that was already scanned, so I didn't need the scanner. So, yeah. And we can close it up. For some reason, I keep getting I'm assuming it's Twitch being twitchy. I know I've had days where that happens with me.
Hmm.
I mean, to be fair, like, you are a decent chunk across the globe, so the fact that you can have a good connection is quite, like... The fact that you can have a decent connection to my stream at all is kind of like a miracle, given where you are at. I mean, I know it's commonplace these days, but it's still kind of... You still stop and think and go, yeah, that's kind of...
Hey.
Not... It's not bad as yesterday. Okay. Honestly, like, I've been hearing a lot of people complain about conductivity with the internet in general lately. And get good download. Okay. Have 150 or 1,500 liters of NOS. So yeah, when we were talking about switching over to the NOS fuel mix, we got plenty of NOS to pull from.
Nice. So you're thinking a large station battery for like each room kind of thing?
Probably. So, great example of why we need to do a atmospherics audit. This monstrosity up here. This was Magic's attempt at doing a phase change loop. Now, he didn't do a horrible job of it. I mean, it is a functioning system, but I would not call it elegant. There's a lot of stuff on here that I don't know why he put it on there. Like, actually, I do know why he put it on there, but there's better ways to do it. And another great example of the more counterflow heat exchangers you put between them, the greater the difference you can between the two, and you can actually have your base pretty much completely managed by Selenol. Now, like, I'm going to be honest. Oh, shit, I just wrote, and that kind of tells me that nope, he didn't do it right. I see a busted pipe on his system. So this whole cooling system has not been functioning because busted pipe. And I don't have a replacement pipe on me. See, we need to do an atmospheric audit.
Or need to do it in a dedicated room kind of thing.
But part of what we were getting at is we had so many different people build the base, and some of those people aren't part of the base anymore, even though they kind of are. And this leads to problems of, well, they built a system, we don't even know how it works, we're not maintaining it, and look, we just found... no, it's not going to burst again because it's probably going to be completely empty.
Mars atmosphere.
Yeah, it's going to have a little bit of Mars atmosphere.
So I'm gonna need a large station battery. I don't think I
And it burst. Here's the part that's... Here's the part that's going to be funny. I was just going to say, well, the reason he did some of these things was to make it a dummy-proof system because, like, here's a purge thing, which, and this is where I'm like, okay, I don't know why he put the purge valve in. That does not make sense to me. It would make sense to me why you would have a condensation valve going from these pipes down, because it would prevent exactly what just happened And it's like, well, wait, here's an expansion valve, and it's closed, and here's the condensation valve. And again, the last time I looked at this at stream, it was just I couldn't really talk straight because it just hurts my head too much. I don't even want to try to wrap my head around it. I find this ugly, and given that that burst, that validates that this system is not functioning, and I don't have to worry about, hey, let's rip it out. Are there like notepads or signs that you could use in the game? Absolutely. In fact, on that note about are there signs, hey, look at this! Signs that tell you what is in each tank. Oh, a novel concept. This is creative, being a good person and labeling things. Now let's take another example. We'll fly over here to our atmospheric hangar, where we have multiple switches that are all set up differently. And the controls for this one are all the way over here. And what you notice, not a single frickin' sign or label. Like, at least if you look at it, it goes, okay, this is the door, this is the vacuum.
There's no power to that.
I know. I'm seeing that. Imagine it was missed in the inspection, and we haven't put it back together. But I'm very tempted to rip all of this apart and just redo the electrical. Another power audit? Oh, as I was just saying, no, not another power audit. I'm going to put this as an atmospheric audit because this is all atmospheric regulation system. The reason I haven't even bothered to come over here is this just hurts my head. The hangar, the airlock door system hurts. It works, but it hurts. So I've just been avoiding this section. All this doesn't have power. And all I have to do is plug it in here. Just to make sure I'm speaking truth. And now all the systems are powered. Yeah, so here's the part where it just hurts my head. It just hurts my soul. Yeah, big vents for the airlock. And the reason you'd use big vents for the airlock is to do a very fast airlock exchange. And it takes forever for the doors to recognize that they've been pushed. Which defeats the purpose of having a fast airlock. But this is Magic's code that he's very proud of because none of this is controlled by default control systems. This is all custom code that he wrote. But at the same time, look at that, the door instantly reacted. Look, we actually got through the airlock faster, even though we don't have the supercharged air vents. At the moment, it's not an airlock. I mean, it is an airlock, it's just not a very efficient or useful airlock.
Huh?
You didn't have to drag me back in.
I thought you got out.
I did too, and the next thing you know, back in. Should code it when the hangar door is already open, but I do, again, no arguments here. This is, again, if you did a custom code, yeah, you should do that. In fact, if you're going to be doing a custom code all the airlocks, so that way it's, hey, push a button, all of a sudden those doors close, it vacuums it all out, it registers it's under vacuum, and then it floods it with oxygen.
Hello.
Then you click it again, it
How you
pulls out all
doing?
the oxygen, then opens the door.
Good, how are you?
We said the
What?
name 3 times and he appeared.
Are you talking about the trading thing?
Yes, he's having a stroke about it again.
Okay, I'll come on and fix it, I suppose.
Well, your AC system up above also broke.
What? Okay.
I replaced the pipe that broke, but you had condensation in a gas pipe.
Oh, the tanks part broke, or the two
Pipe.
large powered vents. Well, which system? The one that pumps air out into the atmosphere, or the one that takes the gas from the room into the tank?
Oh, no, not the
Base
air
cooling.
conditioner. The base.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Spray paint the one that broke. There. That way you'll know which pipe broke from condensation.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, Vardy was talking about putting labels on things, and that's what got me talking about the airlock.
Hmm.
You missed the audit, which is one of the reasons we're talking about you, is because you missed the audit. Because we had critical power failure last night.
Oh. Why?
Yeah.
So, and in fact, I even said that you were not the person at fault for the critical power failure, because you had the habit of always using super heavy cable and not using heavy cable. And the failure happened because there was still remnants of heavy cable on the main power line, and at some point we exceeded the 100 kilowatt point, and then all the cables started bursting, and we had to go through and isolate what was what and replace it, which triggered the whole audit. And one of the key action items out of the audit is we now have color-coded cables: red for 5 kilowatt, yellow for 100 kilowatt, and green for 500 kilowatt. So that way, when you're running around with the scanner, you can tell which cable is what.
Smart.
We're also established that when you have cables going through frames, you need to use the long cables to avoid having to disassemble a frame to manage cables.
Smart.
And in fact, the frame that brought that up as an issue, which turns out when we fixed it, we didn't run a long cable because we were just trying to fix it. When we broke the frame, we also broke an air seal, which is okay. Any frame that is an air seal needs to be completely built, even with the plastic sheet, to avoid accidental breaches.
Yeah.
There was discussion about painting any oxygen or atmospheric bearing frames, but then it'd be like, well, then basically almost every frame would be painted.
Yeah.
During the power crisis, I did come up and attach a transformer to draw power from your base, but I made it where it's a transformer, so that way it can only draw that much power off your system, and you can adjust it if it's being drawn too much. Currently, it's off.
Okay. No, I mean, it should be fine.
During the power crisis, we didn't have enough power. I looked and like, hey, it's been detached, and he's like, yeah, he did it because we were drawing all his. I'm like, oh yeah, well, just put a medium transformer in there, and that way we can make sure he still has the power he needs, but like you have this massive solar farm that was just not like your
Yeah.
batteries are full and like we needed power, so I'm like, yep, tapping back into that.
I also built a second solid fuel generator.
Oh, nice. Well, I don't know if that's nice, but it just means we're using a lot.
I guess I could also share the report. Oh, looks like I didn't actually send Barty the entire audit reports. I missed the first half. See if it let me send the whole thing. Okay. Let's cut that magic.
In Magic, I've already said hi.
I've already. How's it going?
There's the audit report for you, Magic.
Ah, perfect. Holy shit. It's gonna take me all night to read, and I'm gonna read that tomorrow.
He's never gonna read it.
Nope. I'll read the parts that actually matter. Anything else?
Cat sat on a
Sat
mat.
on the mat with a hat. Okay, done reading for today. Finish tomorrow. Yes, I figured you were joking. Have you read the Dungeon Crawling Carl books, Vardy?
Large battery.
I recommend it. You said your statement about the cat sat on the mat with a hat made me think of Princess Donut. Because Princess Donut in the book has a thing for hats.
Stone. Gold and copper. Great. Next time I'm gonna have to make stellite. And steel, to be honest. Kind of low, running low on steel.
Well, this base is definitely starting to become a proper functioning production area.
Mm-hmm.
You finally have the deep miners up and running.
Oh, that reminds me, I actually did not check how much fuel it had. Or fuel mix it had.
I'm still waiting for you to hook up the NOS and have it go in full bore. Nice. Cat Set on the Mat was my favorite book in preschool. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're still good on fuel. 2.8 megapascal. Yeah. I don't know what it started at.
He had a rat in his hat. Now I want to watch Ratatouille. So we do have 4.3 kilomoles of hydrogen in the gas storage. I don't know if you're going over 2.3 kilomoles of hydrogen. We have 1.53 kiloliters of NOx.
Oh.
We have over 100 kilomoles of NOS.
Huh.
See what the methane currently is at. Okay, we're at 15.9 kilomoles of methane, although Creative has stolen quite a bit of the methane to prime up the base's pressure.
Not even the deep miner part. It was just the base.
You have to change your name to Tuber Audits when you do the audit. And we are still sitting at 325 space ice to be processed. 324 space ice to be processed. But you have to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So actually, 234 pieces of space ice waiting for the ice crushers.
Mm.
And it looks like there was a little bit more NOS ice in there because I see that NOS numbers still went up. So
Is there much in the waste one or no? Because
what do
if
you mean
there's
in the waste?
or in that random pipe that gets
in the
filtered.
process line?
Yeah.
No, there's not much. Like, the pressure's only at like 500 kPa at any given time. But like the NOS numbers right now is at 300 moles. The last time I checked it, it had dropped down to like 30 moles. So I'm like, oh, maybe we're done processing the NOS. No, we're still processing this.
Okay, because I have the NOS generation put on as well. But it does not make
generation.
Yeah, it does not make that much.
Okay, yeah. I'm like, this looks like it's still got space ice being thrown into the system. Because let's see here. So we have NOS that's being processed. We have like 230 stacks of 100 space ice meant to process for.
How many?
We had.
You said 230 stacks?
Yes. Each stack is 100 of methane, where it's 22 moles of methane and 2 moles of carbon dioxide. And then we had about 130 stacks of helium.
Oh.
You know, just a little. back to my rocket area. And yes, we have the elevator go to level 69, even though there's literally nothing on level 69 just for you, Vardy.
Where was the pipe that burst?
Okay.
What color did you make it that?
It's probably the
Gold?
only painted one.
Yeah, I'm like, it's the only painted
Oh,
one.
right. Okay, I see it. Okay. What's
I
the
don't
system
understand why you
looking
have
like?
a purge valve up here when you should have condensation valves.
So basically, what I did was when I first put, like, I went through a couple different liquid and gases and stuff. And each time to get the evaporation enough, or the condensation enough, the evaporation chamber wasn't fast enough. So instead of just adding more evaporation chambers, which is what I should have done, I made this convoluted system of purge valves that
Okay,
take the gas.
you at least understand that it's a convoluted mess.
Yes. Yes.
If you want,
Yes.
you could rebuild it where that infinite storage system was placed on that area.
Yeah. That'd probably be better.
More open space.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the more counterflow heat exchangers you put between the two devices, the greater power temperature difference you can have between them.
Ooh. Okay.
I did a test on the moon with 3 in between, and it
Uh-huh.
was like, no, that was really
Huh.
effective. My current test rig that I have that I need to finish the data monitoring part has 9 in between, and I want to see what 9 will do.
Damn.
But I got distracted by the rocket coding stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we have figured out how to detect ores via the code, which is what
Ooh.
because Ursius was coding rockets, and he's like, "All right, I figured out how to do it for the gases. I can only get the ratio of the reagent, but not what the reagent was."
Mm.
And like, he did a whole stream where he was doing coding, and I was watching, and we were talking, and I went onto the Discord, went into the rocket section, and asked, and someone almost immediately answered, "You can't." And I'm like, "Okay, that's what we thought. Okay." And then I'm like, so since we can't do it in code, my plan would be I'd go, I mine it, I bring it back, analyze it, and that's how we know what's at that site. And someone goes, "Oh, you don't have to do that. You use LR, load reagent, and that you can use that to tell what's at the site." And you just, like, if you go in the Discord, why they didn't do it, you could almost feel everybody look like, "Whoa." So yeah. Now, it's a little bit clunky because to do it, you basically have to do an LR check for each ore type. And if it gives a value other than 0, then you know you have it. But you can't just say what ore is at that site. It's is it lead? Is it copper? Is it iron? And you have to ask for everything in the code.
Nice.
But it's like, hey, that was a piece that's the one piece he was missing. I need to talk to him about how he gets the addresses. I think I know how he does it, but I'm hoping he has a more elegant way, because right now it's basically understanding how to read the chart and just use that knowledge to dictate where you go. Yes,
Makes
make an array
sense.
and check. Because so it's like, okay, the way if you build a rocket and you put it on a launch pad and you go, hey, what is your location? The last 2 digits is the system code. So that's how you get the last 2 digits in the sequence. Or the first, depending on how you want to phrase it, the rightmost. Orbit, Mars orbit is just all zeros with that last 2 digits that you did. I'm very curious to see how they're going to address it when it comes to space stations, because space stations will be able to add mounts. Because like my current rocket mount is 40-16. Mars orbit, it's all zeros and 16, and if you put an object on it based on the numbering system, it's going to be the third from the right will be your launch pad, then you'll have a 00, and then you'll have 16. That is what I'm thinking they're going to do, but I'm not 100% positive. The next Phobos on the Mars map is your next one in sequence, and that's code is 116. Again, the right number, the rightmost doesn't change for the entire map. It's always 16. But the funny part is, if you actually look at everything beyond Phobos, it all ends in 0116. Because they are all daughters of Phobos after. And then you have the 3 nodes attached to Phobos. But when you go to Deimos, then it's 116. And everything off of that will always carry that 1116. When you go to the next chartable point, then you get another one, and it's 11116. And that is, if you understand how the sequence works, you understand how that address works out. When you go to a site that has discoverables, those discoverables get the address of that location, and then the nodes are basically 21 through 28 on the next sequence.
Interesting.
So I'd like to know if there's a more elegant way to look up and see those numbers via the logic. But if you know which planetary system you're on, you can go, oh, we're using this sequence, and then from there it can figure out where everything is. Oh,
makes sense.
Let's see what we got here. We have ozone, dangerous methane, lutetides. None of those is what I want. Because come here. I mean, I think I'll keep the ozone, but like the dangerous methane and polluted ice, I don't want. So, and we get to test what I was saying, because like I deleted node 21 and 22, so currently I have node 20 and 23. Based on my discussions with other people, this next node should be 21. And we will find out in a bit. We're halfway through the discovery phase. I think. Let me see here. Avionics. Right here. I think one of these factors actually can tell you the node type, and that can tell you discover 0.8. When that becomes 1, that okay. Apex, trimass. Mass reference ID. Charted navigation. So the charted navigation points is the whole. If I was here, it would point out that that's a thing. From here, it points out those two. I'm still trying to figure out all of the options. There's so much to go over with this rocket data chart. Survey, nav points, site. Sites. Ah. So sites tells you how many discoverables you've identified. And polluted ice. I don't want polluted ice. We are looking specifically for hydrogen ice. Hydrogen ice comes with 22 moles of hydrogen and 2 moles of ozone. Make sure not to get that stuff hot. Because at 150 degrees Celsius, that will ignite.
Yeah.
Oh, so in your area, it's called cat on the mat. It is Dr. Seuss. Recognize that art anywhere. I did not know about the cat on the map. Interesting enough, when I tried to Google it, it struggles to find cat in the mat. Like I can find it on sale through Penguin Random House, but the cat on the mat is flat is what dominates the search. Part of me wonders if I did know about the cat on the mat and just have forgotten over time, because I love Dr. Seuss growing up. And Horton Hears a Who is a great example of a cosmic whore.
What do you mean?
That's the one I liked. Mindful. It's like, hey, you're all fine stationers, be mindful of your bills. But it was funny when someone pointed out, yeah, Horton Hears a Who is an example of a cosmic whore. The Who, Horton hears, understands what's going on and how his world can be destroyed in a whim, and he's never going to be able to not know that. Meanwhile, everyone else in his world, no idea. Interesting. I think that's new. Have you seen the arrow button in the Stationpedia?
Air
So what?
So when
button.
you open up when you open up the Stationpedia, or maybe it's I thought I had all the mods disabled. When you open up the Stationpedia, there's the X out button, there's the shrink button, there's the transparent button, there's the pause button, and then there's an arrow button.
What the?
And it basically makes the screen, the rest of the screen opaque, or like increases the opacity or makes it completely transparent.
Oh, so you have to actually hold down Alt in order to do stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
No, you have to hold Alt in order to select Stationpedia buttons. Once you press that arrow button. It doesn't just turn it into
no.
opaque, it turns it to be like a backpack.
Mine's not doing that. Mine, I'm not. Still works as a normal Stationpedia for me. Again, I don't want polluted ice. Don't want dangerous methane.
Well, I mean, it's to make us breathe.
I don't want dangerous methane. We are already processing 230 stacks of methane. We don't need any more right now. What I am trying to track down is specifically hydrogen ice.
And then have to wait for all the methane to process. For that to process.
Hydrogen ice, thank you. Select destination and let's go. Oh yeah, it's going to be, okay, we need to let all the methane process, then we need to let all the helium process, and then we'll be able to get to the hydrogen.
Mm-hmm. Or everything gets processed with the room.
There's a bit that has me worried. All I'm hearing is the factory must expand. Yes.
What makes you worried?
So, part of what has me worried is exactly this type of gas composition. So, I'm going to be, when this ice melts, it's going to release both hydrogen and ozone, a combustion mixture. Doing the blender room, I have to think about, would there be a case where you have a spark and or elevated temperature that we need to be concerned about? And I want to say the answer should be no, because we are sublimating and melting. We are not condensing or vapor depositioning anything. Watch for frying cables.
Just puts a wall heater into that room, just in case.
Oh, actually, that's literally one of my thoughts was, we might need to put a wall heater to keep the temperature elevated to keep the ice sublimating, but what would that cause a problem? And I think the best bet would be to have a radiator
Yeah.
in the thing that's heated, so that way there's no spark. How's my power? Because that's what I... Yeah. I need to think about putting in a separate another battery, because I've used up like 35% of the main battery already. Of course, you know, this takes 3 times the amount of surveying to get the same result, so it's understandable. To see whether I can even fit another battery in there. I've kind of have that one packed pretty tight. I mean, alrighty. What you could do is experiment and get a room full with the stuff, and then purposely pop a cable in that room. Oh, it would ignite. I don't have to run that experiment. I can answer that.
There's also a code that you could do as well, halt and catch fire.
Yup. I have not looked at this in a while. I know Timmy was working on this. It is completely isolated, so even if it critically failed, won't affect our base. It's got a full battery.
That's right, it doesn't have any cooling in it.
No, but it's also open to the world, so it doesn't need to cooling at the
Oh.
moment. I mean, it's not a bad setup from what I see. I don't know if these grow lights in the frame slash ceiling would work in this configuration. I think, I mean, it's sticking down, so it should. He's even got the hydroponics Larry alpha symbol. So jetpack onto the jetpack filler. I love to see when you're all set up and lazy. Just a stream where it's a nuke race. Who can blow up the biggest crater? Points on size and creativity. I would probably smash rockets into the ground. Those leave satisfying craters. like I don't even think strapping explosives to it would make a bigger crater, because I think it actually just does enough damage. It vaporizes anything that the explosives would add to it. In a time frame, I mean, it depends on what you mean by a time frame. Like, if you're counting me sending the rocket up and then letting it come back down, that would take some time.
No, I'm pretty sure he means like if you start a new world and you're racing against different players to making a big explosion.
I mean, if we want to talk about my creative way to make as many explosives as quickly as possible, I would be using standard gas cylinders. They're super cheap. They're easy to produce. You put them in a pipe utility canister filler, and you have a pump overpressurize them, and then you chuck them out, and those actually make bigger explosions than the explosives do. There's part of me that's kind of sad that the guns don't actually do any damage.
Yeah.
They do have a security printer. Oh, did they finally remove the guns? I think they finally removed the guns.
It did?
I don't see it listed under the security printer anymore.
What?
Yeah, it looks like they finally removed the guns, because I was even going to make a comment. It's like, if you're going to have the guns, at least let us hurt each other. Yep. They finally removed the guns from the thing. So a security printer just prints access cards and demolition charges. And mining charges. But the mining charge can be printed in a tool manufacturer. I think demolition charge. Yeah, so can the demolition charge. So the only point to make a security printer now is just to have the security cards.
Unfortunate.
Which, I'm actually half tempted to use the security access cards, but not for like a security reason, but more like we've talked about getting modular consoles up and running, and it would be interesting where you give each zone a card, because the modular consoles do have an input where you can put one of the access cards, and basically depending on which access card you put in brings up the data for that zone.
Interesting.
And possibly even doing it where, okay, we have multiple rockets. Here's the card for this rocket. Here's the card for this rocket. Here's the card for that rocket. And our pet lizard has still not soiled themselves a second time. That was actually one of the things that I was thinking about, is we need to try to get our hands on either the stun injectable, which I believe we can buy through a trader, or we
can.
I don't know. I think we can. Or we need to grow some ferns and make a stun pill. Do we have ferns? Yes, right there.
Storm. Right. Well, when I'm working on the cooling.
And right when I'm digging.
Yeah. Creative, do me a favor. F3 storm stop.
I don't know.
Because we need the
We
cooling
do need
more
the
than we need
power.
the power. Well, but we need the cooling too. Because that pipe is getting real warm, or is gonna start getting real warm.
Well, the base is currently at like 21 degrees. It's actually quite chill in here.
The base is, yes. But what is powering the cooling for the base is not.
There you go. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Means I also suspect you probably won't join next time.
Well, we'll see. I probably will. It's complicated.
Usually is.
And it got even more complicated because fuck me.
You offering?
No. Her maybe.
I already know her answer is going to be a no.
Well, that's what I thought too.
Thought? Like
Yeah,
past
thought
tense?
as in past tense. Yes.
Why? Because she friended you one more time after the 30
No.
other times that she
No.
friended
It,
you?
it's not that. That's a lot of fucking gas that I just put in that pipe. Oopsies. I may have put like 18 MPA in that pipe.
How?
Creative, can I see you down in the gas pipe, the gas waste management system of your deep miners? I have a question.
Uh, I'll be. I'm watching your thing, yeah.
This this turbo pump,
Is to be off,
it's off.
yes. If you turn on your like pipe see-through wall thing, sensor lens, um, it's connected to the furnaces. That's before that pump, like between the two pumps, it's connected to the furnaces.
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah. What pressure is it?
6.5 megapascals.
Okay. So it's still good.
Mostly water.
Ways to go.
Yeah, I just saw 6 megapascals, 330 liters. I'm like, that's not a lot. So to know that they are going into the furnace, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And a good use of the waste energy.
Yeah, I did it on Europa as well.
Yeah, I use the waste heat from my systems on Europa to power everything as well. Alright. Go check on the rockets. Alright, fully scanned. Drill, baby, drill. What's the battery look like? 40% power. Oh shit, damn. This node has 60,000 estimated.
Nice.
I wish that density would stick around forever. Oh my god. But it won't. It will slowly decrease. Really quickly too. The density has me getting 100 ore per cycle, but it's dropping by 4 each cycle.
Hmm.
Drops too quickly. Now it's dropping by 3 at least. Oh wow, I just noticed the time.
Yep. Just about time.
Yep. And then this is not going to be finished in the next two minutes.
You're rebuilding it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 2 mining backpacks of steel mix. But I still need all the mixture for stellite.
Food on the floor.
Okay. Ooh, this is a lot of cobalt here. Let me go to this patch.
Out of curiosity. I still find it funny. Only 2 or 0.2% of the people who have achieved go at throttle up, which is where we launch a rocket successfully in orbit with an exhaust velocity of at least 6 kilometers per second.
Mm.
And only point. So what actually makes the achievement a gold achievement versus a not gold achievement?
That's a good question. I've been wondering that for a very long time.
Because I used to think it was when only like so many, like, case in point, go at throttle up, only 0.2% of players have the achievement and it's gold. Okay.
Mhm.
Did you forget something? Have a welder explode? Why the welder's in a locker? Which we did together with Halt and Catch Fire, which has 0.4% of the player achieve this. All right, but then I have Frequent Flyer with 0.3, Fast and Furious 0.2, and they're not gold.
Hmm.
They're shiny, but they're not gold.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I suppose it's up to the devs with
Yeah,
their
that
choice.
might be what it is. Because some are shiny, some are not shiny, and some are gold. I thought I understood which was which, and now I don't.
Mhm.
And I did at least do some research. The officially too much Mark Watney is unattainable right now because they discontinued room types.
Mm.
And the other one that I looked into, because it's like, well, what do you technically need for that? Is the max out, the gotta grow fast, max out a plant's growing speed. That is not, when you look at it with a plant analyzer, that where it says growth, how well the plant is growing. It's genetic growth speed.
Huh.
And I am just short of a quarter of the amount of cobalt I need to get the achievement, the Spice Festival.
How about me?
I don't think I can actually see your progress in that.
Let's see then.
The,
View my achievements.
actually, I can't. You're 57% of the way.
And you're at 75%?
24.
Oh, 25. So I've doubled yours. Okay.
I still need to do Stack Overflow.
Oh, that's the save to different housing. Their stack, yeah.
That one, Major Tom to ground control as soon as they bring space stations to this branch. That will be one of the first ones I get, because as soon as I can make a space station, I plan on it. Which requires me to do a manned mission to low orbit.
Yeah, just potato cannon yourself up there.
But then I can't get back.
Wait. While you fall?
No, once you go up, you can't come back. It will pull you back up into orbit.
Oh.
In fact, once you reach, I think it's 10,000, it pulls you up. So if you build a ladder, stairs, or whatnot, if you get high enough, it pulls you into orbit.
Okay.
Because I've been chatting with people, and they're like, "Yep, that's what happens." It's like, oh, okay. They should change the hash to like maybe something a bit easier, like a MAC address. I mean, here's the thing. They have multiple types of code where they even have bit coding. If you look in the right spot. The bit coding stuff is on my list. Had the Venus save not broken, I would be working on it. But at this point, I'm trying to clean up my IC10 code to make it more readable and more professional, and fill it out, and it's like I got the AC regulating code that I need to save to my library. I have that one polished up. I need to make 2 more additions, and that's why I haven't saved it yet. As I was telling Creative, it's really good at maintaining small fluctuations in the system, but I need to add codes so that way it knows how to handle a sudden change in the system. Because while I was messing around with some of the rocket code, I had a pipe burst, and I did the analysis, and I had a massive change in steady state, and the code that manages changes didn't. It's written where, hey, do you have like 0.1 liters of liquid in your pipe? If so, back off just ever so slightly. Wait 5 seconds to see whether the liquid goes away. If it doesn't go away, back up a little bit more. But there's times where you get hit with a load, and it's like, in one game tick, you have like 20% liquid, and it's like if you wait 5 seconds, that pipe bursts. The system doesn't know how to handle those situations.
Yeah. So,
Playing this
Magic, you
stupid
gonna get
idle
a
game.
sleeper?
I just click one click and
In
stare.
a moment, I almost have this going again.
I will talk with you later, Vardy. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll catch you next time.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, so that's going, that's going.